Now let's also hope it's saved, because it should have, but I may not have. Oh good, the entire thing is autosave anyway. Continue as Bojo, let's go.
Salve, friend. Oh, sounds... Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send... I'll go, but once I'm done...
Well... Sure. Didn't know I could tell him to do that.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water. And the tree you just as the ocean, except but it... The bloodless, some the house... They... You think you wish to know. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. The newly arrived...
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Where is the medicine guy?
Get out of here.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. My friend, you're... This is troubling, is it not? But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone living graph. I hope that
Okay, the guy is dead.
There's not much to tell. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good.
Fell in the Tiber, isn't it?
After about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better.
Of course, she was
I remember
sick.
closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are for us? Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who, it was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people, Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps. All right. Thank.
You there? I'm sorry. Now I did. And before you ask, but tell me. And here, so now, Ark, with your use your.
You already read this. I'm gonna skip through it.
Excellent. Now, good. Diana is on the one, and it just and would Chris. Oh God, no. Then you can make no. But in my experience, now. So wonderful. Now this is a quality, and here we are. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can. It's just at the end of the street on the left. Mate.
Yep. Okay, we have the real bow now.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in. And until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite.
Ah.
It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving... I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest.
I did
And
hear
they
that.
can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
You are the boss, weird lady. Oh! Oh, we're in the sewer now. I assume this is gonna go to where the weird thing is. Or maybe not. Ah, it's teaching me how to use the bow. I kind of realized that, but sure. I know how to crouch. This is the first time you have to crouch.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day When we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
They're really giving me a lot of good arrows now. There was something that just popped up. This has just been a flash. Oh, I hit him in the core, okay. So I guess the peeled statues are either old ones that are falling apart, or they're just people who got shot in the hand and didn't finish, turning to gold. Neat.
You're not supposed to be here.
Oh, I do believe it keeps saying algae instead of algae, and that does bother me a bit. Now I see why they gave so many arrows. What do you mean by the statues look when you're not looking? I actually haven't noticed that they're doing that. That's actually quite neat. You can definitely see how and why this was based off a Skyrim mod. At least this is getting more interesting than yesterday.
Me.
I don't know how that reached. I'm not gonna worry about it.
Let me
Make it stop.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that isn't your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Well, that was definitely very weird controls. Shot in the ass. I think it appears where I was supposed to go, but let's see. Oh, yeah, that was just to avoid them. Shoot the thing, then jump down. Ah, well, too late now. Yeah, they really went nuts with some of these areas. Yes, Kreese, it actually says that during the opening, I think? That the entire thing was just like 3 people?
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge
Oh,
was
there's
a
2
Greek
people
woman
currently.
who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath the sparkling edge of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath, and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as thoroughly as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from my restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save
Oh,
her.
that's why they're
Whatever
peeled. She
possessed
did it.
Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
That's why there's blood. She's literally peeling the metal off of them. With their flesh. Ugh, God. I'd be pissed at her too. Well, I guess that part before.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And, worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
Liar.
You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
Yeah.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it
Oh, good.
run its
We have the bow.
course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood? You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Neat.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on it. Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright, you know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone. Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look, why don't you keep our bow as compensation? fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you with something? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? Are you sure you're feeling all right? She claimed the statue was a witch.
I already know this.
Oh, you have it. I'm impressed. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else? You mean, how did I end up in... All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would
He
have
took
done.
the cart.
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you, there must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. Very well, another time.
What are you doing in here? She needs the rest. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
It's no, it is commiserations, I believe.
Hopefully in a moment she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? I guess it doesn't matter. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to, and maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she... In the meantime, I'm happy You made it into the palace. I'm impressed.
What?
How is Nevia?
God, they really didn't plan these out.
Willowback, I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch. Thank you. I'm ready. Sure. Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely... Gladly. That's a shame. Thanks.
Oh, these fill back up every day, don't they? Isn't Yulia unconscious? I figured she'd still be out.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me. The golden rule. Please. Thank you. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while. Until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river and then... the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. Thank you. But to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire... I can tell you, but it's a long story. All right. I'd been here about a week, when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much, so she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out.
Suicide, wasn't it?
Do you want to know what it was?
Oh, the poison.
Hemlock.
Oh.
Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible.
Doesn't Malleolus
for
not
all
believe in
those
the golden
deaths.
rule?
So he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral. and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. She set me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing: my hemlock. I just wanted it to be over, but it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
No, our person actually runs very, very fast if you think about it. I had to stop Ulpius from jumping off, Kreese.
Salve, friend. Welcome. All right. Well,
I can't believe this is how it ends.
oh no, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back.
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think I'm stuck?
I know. Please,
I'm sorry.
please help him. Thank you.
Let me guess. You're going to... You're not going to trick me. Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis for the rest of my life. You're just saying that to buck. You must think I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love.
What? Come on.
Sorry.
Ulpius, no!
God, they really didn't make that easy as it should have been.
I'll have and then.
Oh, I tried to save the guy. He didn't want it.
I hope you're coping. Oh, so soon.
right, I did choose that, didn't I? Why did that hurt? Good questions all around. We have the answer to none of it.
Salve.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well,
Nice, a lot of money. Guess next time I'm gonna have to go and purchase their freedom and then go up and speak to Ulpius. I say the chest had a lot of money in it, Kreese.
Who are you? Did he send you?
Oh, is this the magistrate's daughter?
Juno, you're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. I'm going to take that key from around his... I'm done caring about the golden... There won't be enough time. There's no time. Wait, did you hear? Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
He hasn't met me yet, so let's see how he
What
interacts.
did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what
He's
you
never
were
even seen me
supposed
yet
to,
today.
you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted
Oh!
pleb.
What?
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 2? Not many. But don't worry,
Yeah, third day.
I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot who comes along after you're dead. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Bam.
Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death by reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music.
That's it,
of
there's
the
sun.
birds
Can't they just climb out?
And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity.
Unless we shoot him with the golden bow.
I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bird? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
What? You're in a cistern! Roll in the water!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Time paradox! Wait, is that the end of the game? I didn't solve anything!
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Oh!
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light. What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it.
I'm going to a nut
that's
house,
why
aren't I?
don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape.
I killed everyone else,
if
though.
I can. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Oh, I don't have the bow. You coming, Al? He's not coming. He's gone. They ran out of assets.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever rode into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
This is Persephone or something, isn't it?
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Really? Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look, here he comes. Al, it's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of... well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose
Wait,
her
she's
name
not
was...
Scintilla. What?
Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a
Is
look.
it really the ending of this?
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others.
I know there's more than one ending, Chris. The real question is, am I going to?
My hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
Aren't I a
you?
prisoner?
Are you ready to go home?
Ending 2 of 4. Well, Kreese, I think this is where I'm going to call it for today, because I got an ending. Gonna be doing something Armored Core related tomorrow, and then I'm not sure if I'm gonna move on to the next game on Tuesday or come back to this. The thing is, I'm not sure how much more effort the other endings are. I legitimately may just get every ending within 2 hours. I don't know. I mean, actually, I didn't realize how freaking early it is, Kreese. I'll just keep going for an hour. I mean, I'll keep on going. As long as it doesn't reset my goddamn progress. Oh, it loads it here!
You. I'm. Sentius. I don't know. I'm going to. I'm done. There won't. There's no. What? No. It's no use. You'll make it.
Well, that's saying that there is a key to that door, Kreese. So if anything, the key would be on Sentius.
Citizen, we're finally alone. We have... I'm his... See... Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind...
Al?
Al.
Yeah.
Al Worth. The fellow who
Let's
came
see what
through
ending
the
this
portal
gives us.
before you. Come now. Surely, you see, my connection to the port. But he was a moral, and because of that, I watched it. And when he finally... The next time I awoke, you've only... extremely impressive. And yet everything... Because there's no escape. So, you Why? And why would I...
I got ending 2 where I saved a single girl and killed everybody else.
You might want to think that through. if anyone... The only way you're getting... And if I die, I won't be... You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, that means if I die, you'll be flung back to your... Understand? I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you win. We both know you're not that stupid, but believe me when I... Now, get out of...
I'm not that stupid!
Don't be so foolish. If you... And if I die... You see, it was my actions that brought you. That means if I die... Now...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Hey, ending number 2! I saved no one! Or ending 1, I don't know. This is the second ending. I saved one less person than 1.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm
I saved no one this time.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange.
No one cares about
I was
Alworth.
just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, it described an event about 2,000 years and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of
Yes,
ancient
I did.
law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light. What?
No,
You're saying you
it's
were
not.
here 2,000 years ago.
He just opened a time portal because it makes him
Sure, I understand.
immortal by reliving the same day.
God, wow. I've spent...
How much of this is going to be the same?
So you're saying, I guess, to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here.
What?
A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. It's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabat. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I mean, I had to try. Oh, right, because we don't know where the exit is. Yes, it is, Retri. I guess, yeah, because we didn't know where the exit was, so we were just stuck in there.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
Fortune smile on you, sister. Salve again, friend. I went and did as... How is it possible that you... Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. You're a bit like... Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could he was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the... Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright... Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself... So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to... Anytime. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not... Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. I saw you slide down that rope before, and... Oh, of course! Anyway, I'm sorry to ask. Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of... It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made... Do you think you could... Oh, thank you. All right.
Let's quickly get that
Whatever's
for
in
him.
that great temple up there on the bluff.
This guy's is an easy one.
What is it, citizen? What? Absolutely not. All right.
Thanks, Retri. Oh, I need to jump off of that mid-go, don't I? Oh, that's annoying.
Fortune smile on you, sister.
Name's Wolfius. What business is... Willowbar. Finally, some relief. I've been... in a lot. It was too much. Started... I owe... No idea what you're... So you're...
Oh, thanks, Singer. Appreciate the hydrate. Let's see how many tries this takes me. A lot. Oh, thanks, Retri. The problem is the prompt that I had to press space to jump off is not what I thought it was, and it came after I needed it. Okay, it's gonna probably be 3. What do you mean by that, Retri? Yeah, I do need to build up a small amount of speed, okay. How would that even work? Okay, 4. Good enough.
Salve. Salve again, my sister. Now. Brilliant! You did it! This is going to make her so happy. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the... But on the other hand, I can't shake the... You mean... You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely... Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death.
Oh, you're right. Yes, it is Greece. Sorry, I'm just reading it so fast. I apologize.
Kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do? Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell... What do you say? Do you... Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved. Thank you. Come back as quick as...
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch.
Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which god that is. This might sound like a strange question, but please, Karen, you say? You do? Have you spoken? I really think you should. Good. You have? Then what it... Yes. I suppose that could be... What else? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a...
Sorry, Kreese, I'm like reading all of this by just looking at it. I apologize.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes? I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Good thing the guy's dead.
But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Does that matter? Aren't I a female? Does anyone give a shit?
You're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hood.
What do you mean Union Jack AC?
It's just as you described it.
Oh, right, that one, yes.
The pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N.
Oh, Charon, yeah.
Charon, the ferryman
Charon.
of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up.
I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kamut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero.
Well, the little boulder guy's up there.
Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape.
So that's ending
with
2,
the
we
help
found
of
the other one.
Proserpina or some other guide.
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason
In theory,
is quite
Singer, yes.
simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head.
Oh god, it's
It
Pyramid
stands
Head.
before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different
Yeah, Singer, it's
style.
broken, we know.
Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know
Christians?
of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the Forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed
The
by her
statues.
captor?
You've been doing it the whole
Leaving
time.
that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed
Hades was
been
downright
adopted,
restrained. I
it
know,
would make
Regdrin.
sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid...
Hades was one of the nicest ones. Somehow.
Has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion. Truly. Thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All right. I would suggest not discussing. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of... In any case, may fortune... Ave again. Did you find... Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius.
Of course you knew.
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too.
The whole thing's the city, Bennifer. So yes, I have also killed every single person here, and I've also successfully saved a single person.
So. See you again soon, I hope.
Which, Kreese, which plot twist? If you mean that all of us are dead, that's a very overused cliche. Oh, the Karen twist. I mean, quite nice. Maybe if I knew, like maybe if I knew Greek and Roman stuff, it may have, been a better one?
Horatius?
Whatever's in that great
Seems a
temple
bit
up there
troubled
on the
there.
bluff, I
Still
bet
no
it's
sign of
worth a
Santella.
fortune.
And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Ixion turn, just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the
Exactly,
world.
Bennifer. Exactly.
So this
Yes.
place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come.
You got it, Bennifer. Hey, Ian, how's it going?
She's out there somewhere, suffering,
Say it.
waiting to be found.
Speak its name. Then it is true? I was right.
The lady Karen who brought us here is actually Charon.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was over and over again, until I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's a pun,
I was
because you
deceiving
technically say
myself.
them the same. It's technically said
I must
Karen as well.
apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he
Nice
himself
emotes, by the way.
came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls.
She
And
gives
is
us
never
poetry.
too
What else,
small
Kreese?
for
What
any
else do you want?
populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment.
You know what's funny, Kreese? I would have
I
gotten
hope I
so
have
many
done it
endings
justice.
so faster
and now
with
we
that
share
gun.
a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders.
Should have got the gun.
Thank you, friend. I think...
Honestly,
I
you
should
could
rest.
speedrun this game by just using the gun. It would take minutes.
Friend, you have given...
Ah, it's Rufius. Okay. Rufius is a Christian. It's a penis! Why? Why is there a penis carved on this piece of wood? So Bennifer, you have 4 starting classes, and one of the options is the gun. You get a gun with 10 bullets for the entire game. By the way, Kreese, I don't need the bow to climb the vine. If you just shoot the magistrate with the gun at the start, you get ending 1.
Galerius?
Horatius?
I love
Looking a
your
bit troubled
clothes.
there.
So exotic.
And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
No idea what
From
you're
I
talking
hear,
about.
Nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry
I think
about
I have
things
seen
beyond
that
control.
cloak. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days.
What if
Hidden
there
to...
is something I can make? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself.
No
Leave
idea.
that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest.
It's
Tomorrow's
the
a new
rheumatism.
day.
It starts with
suppose you're right.
constant pain in all your joints.
Also, the bow is very
And the
easy to
pain
get,
starts
actually,
to
Kreese,
mess
so that
with
would
your
also
head.
wouldn't be an issue.
Makes you... I know that's not an I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti.
I know you can't move mist, that's the point. No, you can get the bow. I'm pretty sure you could get the bow in one day. Oh, no, you are right. It does take 2 days. You'd have to sprint it.
I think whatever is in...
Because that girl always goes into the thing. Wait, no! Kreese, no! I could just shoot the guy with the gun, and in theory, it may not just end.
What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Really? That... Nice to talk to you.
True, but that will end it faster. Not sure.
What are you doing here? Please leave. I said please leave. You're trespassing.
Fine. Got what I needed anyway.
Horatius?
I'm guessing that Promethean
Looking a bit
fire's not
troubled
for
there.
sale.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept like 3 weeks.
That lamp.
Oh, someone mentioned the lamp, finally!
Coping.
Not bad at all.
Oh, so soon?
Someone finally mentioned the goddamn frickin' flashlight.
Hello? Hello? You're going to let me out of here? Oh. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Oh, a liability.
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
I'm writing you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight, the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely that you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated should you experience further memory lapses.
What does it say? My treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. but I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in. Now nobody looks after me, except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady. She's a
Priest,
nice
I think
lady.
this is the key you were talking about.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me.
The upper cistern.
He said he always would. But then he said he gave me this key and made me. All I remember is he said something about now nobody looks up. Bye bye.
Can I get this key from you, sir?
Hello. Go. My friend Hannah, he all now. Bye bye.
Hello again, my Sato. And in a city full of Romans you are asking me, because I am Greek, let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes, but the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius, good Roman. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpine. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Duli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him.
Oh, it was telling me to go there too soon.
Just opposite the Temple of Demeter. I hope that our paths cross again soon.
There's actually a daily timer, isn't there? It is actually getting late.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my... Bye-bye.
$1,000! Neat. I don't know why there's $1,000 up there, but sure. Definitely gonna help out in the long run.
Whatever's in that great temple up
Horatius?
there on the bluff.
Looking a bit troubled
bet
there.
it's worth a fortune.
Still no sign of... Santilla, and I haven't slept right in 3 weeks. Greetings and salutations.
Are they?
Thank you. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a... My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. That's quite all right. I trust you can...
You're not supposed to be in here.
I know, where do you keep your valuables?
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? I couldn't agree more. One hand washes the other, as they say. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
I didn't pick it up this time, Kreese.
I want you to bring me some wine. Just one
I have a ton of it,
small
lady.
urn should do it. Oh, don't
Here's
look
85
like
bottles.
that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counselling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. So you'll help me? Thank you. Here's the letter.
For a time, I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I am exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city's magistrate, so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you by my side.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined.
Yes!
I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know. What? No. You...
Hey look,
you
Kreese,
tricked me,
a new curse for you.
Audacious little stirkus. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable
We're already
to
there,
live
lady.
or eat or
We're already here.
May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius, here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait. I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her.
This is so stupid.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
Out of my way!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That escalated quickly. Sentius, beam me up, Scotty.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that?
Oh, hey!
What? That's a big ask. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a hand.
Let's go! We're gonna speedrun this shit.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm... Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Whoa.
How did you know? Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
I know, Regdred!
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little...
I mean, yeah, it would work.
Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
He put something on his back and then that happened. And he's in a cistern and doesn't jump in the water.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Exactly. Honestly, because there's one more ending, I may just push through tonight because I get to work from home tomorrow. I can just sleep in. I mean, I can sleep in an hour, but it's good enough. I'm gonna keep going.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, Scintilla and a handful of other citizens managed to escape, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light. I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying
Okay.
Because a man from 2,000
So this
years
is all
ago
the same,
is dead,
besides
he
the
never
people.
created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping a bunch of others to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Centilla used, if we can find it.
Let's go talk to Sharon. Karen, whatever. I mean, it's up to you, really.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else is... You go on ahead.
Well, let's go talk to Karen. I keep saying Sharon. I know it's Karen. Karan. Whoever the... I don't have a Roman accent. I'm sorry.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see.
Ah!
I thought you might. Well, now you know.
That turned fast.
I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Carol, if you like.
They just
I'm
said
sorry
Carol!
I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not
Literally just said
enjoy
Carol.
deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You were murdered. You were falsely accused of a terrible crime, and fled into the wild to evade your
Oh, it
accusers.
changes based on the thing you
On your
chose.
final night, you were offered sanctuary in the cottage of a stranger who gave you food and money, including, by accident, a coin of ancient origin. Unfortunately, you were apprehended and attacked by authorities. Your host leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth.
Huh.
You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths, to pay the ferryman
Yeah, we just went over all
for
that,
passage
yes.
across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only
True.
now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
I don't know either, Ian.
Look,
but you're also kind of
here
late.
comes Al now. Ow! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was...
Here's a slightly altered tablet.
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia, and I will never forget you.
The freaking Galerian guy didn't get to
deeply
live.
trust. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not
Galerius
so
died,
fortunate,
aw.
including Ulpius and Galerius, who heroically tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do
In
is
theory, if I
take the
save
gift
the other
you've
girl and a
given
bunch of people, they may
and
make
try
it,
to
but...
show others the same compassion you showed
Unfortunately,
us.
there's only 4, which
We
is
promise you
getting the tablets now.
that saving our lives was not for nothing. Scintilla et al.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear
This
your
is the
story,
last mysterious
but
tablet we needed.
first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Well, let's keep going. I have nothing else to do. Let's get every single ending tonight. Immediately gotta get Meliodas. Use the blackmail to get him stopped to run. Get the other guy to run. After stopping the assassin. Get that tablet. Then try to go. Then I have to wait. I'll get the Egyptian tablet. Yeah, so I'll get the Egyptian tablet. Wait for night. Get that part done to get the last tablet. Then go fight God the next day. See if I can get the other guy's key. Oh, his key was taken by the magistrate. That's where the guy's key from. The guy had the key to... Dooley had the key to escape the whole time. Then after he was locked up, the magistrate... That's why. Okay, it all makes sense now. That guy wasn't killed. He should have still been here, but well, who cares?
So you survived the system.
Don't you just love springtime?
Oh, I can't do his shit because I did the other one. Crap. Egyptian tablet it is.
Fortune smile on you, sister.
I'm not sure if he is savable, but... Gonna give it a go.
If you're not well, we've all. Are you?
can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
What?
Please.
I'm sorry.
Please help.
I am out.
It works!
Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
I mean, I figured it would just immediately skip it, but now we know. There, I knew it was over here. I don't know why the hell I ran past it. I'm getting the final ending.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Who's gonna talk to her now?
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron?
Oh.
You scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
I'm in the wrong spot,
And,
just sideways now.
I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore.
I've killed you many times. Oh, stop it. No, please go on.
Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can
Smooth
at least
talker.
do business. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair until one day she just Whatever you. All right.
Ma'am, all of your hints are old. I know what I am doing.
Great. My friend. Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath us.
There are no other weapons in the city.
Very well,
We
but the
all
magistrate
went along with the
would not
magistrate's
look kindly
weapons
upon this,
ban,
so
so it
please
wouldn't
keep
be
it
an
to
issue.
yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing.
That was
Nobody
obvious.
entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend, but you do not strike me as a kind of person.
Salve.
Help! You. Thank. What?
Stop right there. Thank you.
I didn't realize the bow lights up the area.
Curse you, cultist.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know. But first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above
Years.
all else
Everyone's been only here for 7
before I
months.
die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping
Oh
that
God,
this
philosophy.
is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement? Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead, and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct? Disturbing. And while I do not agree with you, at least you would have the support of Herodotus. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Well, sorry I'm not talking that much, but this game is honestly mostly dialogue.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when and the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must take this. I enjoyed our chat.
Unfortunately, there's nothing hidden inside the water. Ah, neat. I mean, makes sense. Though I'm not sure the god wouldn't have known in the first place, to be honest. He knows when people try to climb out. How do you not know when they dig down? Neck shot. They really made that splash seem deeper than it should have. Of course, they had to throw in an Egyptian catacomb. I don't know, Benifer, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Oh, this is actually it makes sense that it was the Unreal Engine, because this was originally a Skyrim mod. And then they ended up making the Skyrim mod into its own game. Headshot. Get up at the goddamn statue. How many people try to freaking peel this shit? Like, stop trying to peel off the gold, guys. They don't like it. Haven't we all learned this by now? Just checking real quick if there's any items. There is not.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris. Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason. Good. Wait. You would plunge in...
Thought it was Sumerian. Nope. It's Nurgle. Can't even get over there. There's invisible walls everywhere in here. Now I know why I can't go in there. Damn. No, yeah, there's been a lot of ancient culture stuff. That's gonna set off that, so. Nope, not what I was hoping for.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Doubtful. What do you know about honoring the Lord of Silence? You speak the truth. Indeed, it seems we have all been deceived. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Now you insult me and all of my ancestors. You have... Good. I welcome it. You see, I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
This is going to be really hard to get back. Oh, nope, there was a shortcut. I went the wrong way. Do I have a key to get this guy out? Well, I tried.
Out of my way!
Okay, now we can get stuff going. We just need that last plaque.
Salve, friend. Oh, sounds... All right, let me see. Stop. Poor Virgil. Poor Yulia. I'll go.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, and now,
that is my goal.
I make this solemn promise to you. Good citizens, and now
Apparently I got here too first and can't talk to that guy.
under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And yes, forbidden. Yes, yes, it's from my first act.
I just have to wait a while and come back later.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right.
Welcome. Hey, Ruffius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
Yes. It should be. I didn't realize that I can't do shit as he's doing that, apparently.
Oi!
I could have literally just ran through and done it faster.
Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow. You know why.
How am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible? You're a sister. He would for Tant. Oh. Anyway, I don't. So. Oh, now. Oh, and. I saw you slide down that and oh, and what? How did Venus? That is the best news I've ever heard in my life. I wish there was something I could. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you unfortunately one of those golden huntress statues is if you can figure out how to get past. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley, but from what I hear, maybe that's not such a bad thing. And how could you? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure. If you can do that. I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. Even. All right.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
Domitius doesn't use. Why would I? So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you what? One of Nero's assassins? So, you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live? Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release. There. You got what you want.
Welcome.
Sorry, was there something? You mean, oh, it was we, but that might, thank you. If that's your idea. I know what.
Don't care.
Welcome.
Let's go save the asshole. I asked her if she knew a way out. after hearing her story. Actually, no, she didn't even tell me her story this time because Galerius did it.
Welcome. That's good. If you're well,
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no, no. Oh, P.S.
That's the...
What?
Why do you... I'm sorry.
Please help him.
It's too late for that. If I backed out now... What? Are you messing with me? We're free. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell...
What you did was
Citizen.
Ah, a fellow Greek. Sendius, I suppose. Nothing comes. I hope that...
Welcome.
Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
For some reason, it looks like she has glasses from this distance.
Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
She's still angry.
I know what's coming.
Yep.
Welcome.
Shalom. Sentius, I sup... All right.
Well, now I have to find where the hell this guy is. My eggs. You know, they never actually had us do anything with these eggs I took.
Salve again, no. He did? Oh, I'll let Equitia know. Alright, friend.
Pissing that lady off may have not helped. You know what, Kreese? Yes, I could have given them to that one guy if I shot them with the golden arrow. You are correct. I would probably need that to get him to join the general election.
Shalom. Sentius. Galerius, the farmer. All right, friend.
Welcome. Feeling all right? Sure. Glad. That's a...
Citizen.
We're gonna have to not let Galerius handing them all out is gonna make those people vote for him.
Galerius. Fine. See.
You look well, my son. Hello again. I hope that...
And I hear we have Galerius. All right. Nice to.
Problem is, how do I pass all that time now is the question.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face. It must be completed by. It'll be between Why do you up? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before. Yes, I have a. Very well.
Perfect.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
I'm going to assume Galerius is going to fail. But I believe I need some more, but some of those are going to be like getting the golden eggs for this guy, because he's a jerk. Question is how many votes short I am. Though I'm glad I'm able to cut it short. It would have sucked waiting all day and not knowing.
Body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva, Marcus Malleolus Gurgis.
Yeah, it is going to be Decius with the golden eggs. It's going to be the fourth I'm going to need.
As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call.
Unless I get a vote.
Start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have.
Then my Galerius wins.
Decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say it, please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Let the kid out. Man, move it. I did not do it, Dooley.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there remains to be.
Oh, that's just in a wheelbarrow.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go
Oh,
home
that's upsetting,
and
Bennifer.
rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Oh, thank you. You can have my shop, and maybe you can. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, but before that. He gave me a key to the city. Please help me. Oh, thank. Hope you find it.
Oh, look, maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself.
Okay, let's go, boys.
It's so lovely to see Dooley.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well,
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Who killed someone? God damn you people. Fine. Oh no, what did Dooley do? Did Dooley freaking just do something really dumb? Oh, of course he did.
It's as if you're trying to extend my lifespan.
Beam me up, Scotty.
So? Oh. You Alright, let me... Poor Ver... What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I'll go.
Well, I missed. Yay!
Salve, friend. Mind telling... Oh. You... Alright. I'll go.
Oh!
On your best behavior, I trust?
hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well,
Amazing how we can just climb that, isn't it? But why? What if you couldn't figure out the other thing? Oh, it's this obelisk. Which one was that last one? Or was it just had to do all of them? Oh, it's based on the architecture. This one's gonna be Osiris because it's okay. What? I'm sorry, but what? It's aliens now.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly that there will be time for your reckoning. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by the mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better
aliens. Basically.
In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Neat.
Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names.
Not Sharon.
Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave the Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Oval, or as coins for the ferryman.
How would they know?
Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind would have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, a self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces.
Is this Metal
Their
Gear
hair
Solid?
woven in
It's
elaborate
cutscenes.
The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels.
Yes.
I give your kind a second chance of life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? For you, perhaps. I've always considered the Greek Rome if it is yet. Enough. You. I am able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or you... The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere, they are forsaken. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation.
Yep, okay.
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire. You will make a fine. How dare you threaten her? The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, at least we're done with that. Why would you give me that now, game? I don't need that tab hint. Now is not the time. Like, there's no way this should actually work, though, isn't it? Oh, I have a lot of money. Did I not get her crown or something? I was supposed to get the crown. Freaking thing updated way too fast, didn't it?
Friend. Oh. You? Oh. All right. I'll go.
Yes, let's go back up. Try that scenario again. That's the question. I don't know if he'll remember. I mean, if so, it should just immediately go off now. Like, I'm not gonna get away with this, am I?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce no, but the and what they first. That is. I've seen no such thing. Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who. Now tell me, the merchant, how is? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what... Now tell me, you speak of the moneylender, and he would never have signed a contract pledging his... Now tell me, abduction? You mean the man... He did so because she sought to escape. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit... Now tell me... Good. That only... It has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate. as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
We cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on. Why have you come here? What? If you anger me, so tell me. How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up. True. I have witnessed him doing that. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that. That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? These people were all dead when my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Would you prefer to have simply ceased to exist? Accordingly, I reject your... Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. How unfortunate that we are not where you are from. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind?
Yes,
You
he
are
is
not a
Beneford.
peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? Of course not, because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal. Bah! For a moment I thought you might have been building to a point, but I see now you are just a hubristic little creature.
We cannot know.
I see what you are doing. You are trying to undermine the one thing keeping me anchored here. You are playing a dangerous game. Liar! How dare you come into my domain and attempt to undermine the thing I hold most sacred? You will make a fine statue. The many shall suffer
It actually works this time.
for the sins of the one.
Now, what do I have to do with this stupid crown? I'm kind of happy I went back and grabbed the extra wooden bow. Because the extra wooden bow has proved very useful. I love how this actually works for dodging very well by just circle strafing for no reason. Honestly, this last ending took longer to get than I was expecting. I'm not sure. Well, Kreese, I'm going to assume the golden bow would turn the glass to gold without breaking it. And then I couldn't get the crown. And I doubt it would kill or hurt him.
Sup? All right.
God, this was confusing as hell.
And here you allow me to no go, but the one and what that they prefer. I would recognize that anywhere, and yet
nice.
My beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it? You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it. You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium, humiliated and alone. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Persephone was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Because despicable creatures like you have no place there. My kin would never allow it. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment
so, Kreese,
will never have taken place.
Does that mean there's 5 endings, not 4?
Created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared, said barely a word, and entered the temple of the mysterious god, this one here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
I love how it just like drops me. Freaking good ass Unity drop point.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead.
Unreal, you're right, it is Unreal. I keep thinking Unity because someone said Unity earlier, it's Unreal Engine.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered, while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like.
I don't know why she keeps saying Carol
I was
there.
not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. That
That's
most
the same.
people find comfort.
Yep.
That you died, my role, as the servant of the god of the underworld. You can just call me Charon. I do not enjoy that you died, my
Oh, it's just gonna loop like that, okay.
most ask your
I guess not.
a wise decision. All you need to know is that you and Al died
I
in
figured she would have made
possession of a sacred
a
silver
point of
coin.
the actual meeting with but anywho.
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans. Well, along my...
Okay, yeah, we went through that one.
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now!
So I guess from what you're saying, there is an actual
It's so good to
dialogue
see you.
set.
You
I
were
guess
gone
the
so
problem
long
is that
I
I
thought I'd
have
never
to
see
wait
you
for
again.
people to die and
Kinda
shit
lost
to
track of
happen
time
and
in
then go in and talk
You
to
wouldn't
Pluto.
believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. and there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story, and I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are...
Oh! Oh god.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again.
Wasn't I a criminal?
I read about your trial in the news. Congratulations on your acquittal. Still, I'm sorry you had to go through all that.
Now we have to do this with the other three character options.
I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Yeah, Benefit, there
Finally
is.
here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours.
Of course.
Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and...
It's keeping the fact I spoke to no one.
At life. I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So you...
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work?
Yes.
I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding.
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells...
Ah, yes.
It's my favourite thing. Bye-bye.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... Oh, she didn't make it. She died from poison.
Right, I didn't tell him to
in the
do
Great
shit.
Temple.
That's on
It
me.
was very sad. She was a good woman and a friend. It wasn't your fault. Decius is
No,
to
I
blame.
am to blame.
He's here somewhere too. Not that anyone would talk to him. I'm not even sure how he got invited. You too.
Hey.
Be honest, I don't even want to talk to these people. I should have been
Good
in bed
evening.
like 10 minutes ago.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. Mm-hmm. Thanks. You...
Oh, we finally get to see what our character looked like.
I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
What is it, Persephone?
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of a cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We are all fortunate you came along when you did. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving it.
Oh, they put our character in the middle.
Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
The canon ending, okay. Honestly, the game is great. While, for me personally, it's a bit long. Like that last ending, literally this graph here is how much longer it took me to get him. It, yeah. It's unfortunately a bit longer, like that last ending for me was a bit dry going through all of that. Well, Kreese, thank you very much for this